Everybody, I hope all of you are doing well. Welcome back. Hopefully, I still work, even if nothing else does. We'll find out in a moment. Yes, I still work. I'm still here. I'm still present. I won't fail you, even though technology will. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a full week. Actually, it's been 6 days. Technically, Tuesday was Deltarune. We did Chapter 2, Weird Route aborted to finalize my files for Chapter 3 and 4 whenever they come out in June. Ace Attorney, it has been a full week. Below my face is a giant gap that I don't know what to fill with because I can't seem to get the chat to work. I tried tinkering with this during the 10-minute countdown. Apparently, that wasn't enough time. Even doing another internet capture doesn't display anything. It's not just the pop-out chat that's not displaying, it is literally everything not displaying. Yeah, everything is bye-bye. I could try to internet capture like an internet radio, YouTube, some other website. It's not Twitch's pop-out chat that's failing. It's literally whatever this function is just not capturing. It's just not displaying what should be there. I don't know how to fix this. I will probably inevitably get more questions. Change party members. Oh goodness, who's going to be the prosecuting attorney this time, or the defense attorney this time? Suitcase, welcome. I was just explaining that upon my absence, OBS decided to stop showing any sort of web capture. So I can't get my pop-out Twitch chat to work, and I tried for about 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna have to use the stream chat on the side. We're gonna have a giant gap below my head, and we'll just have to figure out how that's working. And welcome, Tay, you made it just in time. I was trying to go through and fix the Twitch chat on the side, and I can't get it to work. So I assume people are likely watching this in Twitch, and so that should pose a problem, but I suppose it'll pose a problem for some VODs that I archive later. I will hopefully get this fixed before tomorrow, because tomorrow is Lunar. Look at how many days of Lunar we've got. We've got Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, all filled with Lunar. Except Wednesday and Friday won't be as filled. Those are going to be shorter streams. Those are probably going to be 2 hours max. But Tuesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Saturday, who knows? The sky's the limit for that. We're going to try to platinum Lunar 1, meaning we're going to try to get all the trophies, all the bromides. We're going to do everything we possibly can to be ready for that. For those of you who don't remember what happened a week ago in Phoenix, Wright, we basically just did the cross examination of the deputy marshal person that was there, and we ended up learning from the person that we are defending that there may have been some evidence fabrication, and then that's where we ended. Tomorrow we should probably get the chat fixed. I'll figure out what the heck is going on, even if I have to upgrade or change the version of OBS to fix it. Although that might break everything else, but but we'll figure it out. So let me go ahead and connect my capture card back in. Man, it's just weird looking at that giant gap there. I'm just gonna have to focus on the game instead. So we'll switch over to scene 1. Wouldn't it be funny if scene 1 just had the chat work? Okay, I was hoping it'd be funny, but I guess this is also funny in its own way. But yes, so we're gonna go ahead and go back to Phoenix Wright. And as always, if there's any audio issues or problems, just let me know. We'll fix it. Unless I can. Um, I don't know why it's frozen. Yeah, I hear the sound, but the capture is frozen. One moment. Let me try unplugging it. Oh, is it? Could it be? What if I click on the actual capture card? The actual capture card is frozen. I don't know. That'd be really, really weird because I'm looking at the capture itself, the capture card itself, and it's also frozen. Let me try unplugging the capture card and replugging it. Okay, that's eerie. It's still showing the same image. I'm gonna close out of the capture card. How about that? I'm gonna go ahead and just reboot the capture card now that the capture card is connected. You try to play Deltarune for one day and everything just completely falls to pieces. Now, let me take a look. If I hit back, will it change? Okay, that looks better. That looks to be correct. I think we're good. Let me know if it freezes again. I'm sorry. Thanks, Toby. Yeah. Oh my goodness, everything's breaking. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright and Cole offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Oh, it's nice that they showed this in case people don't remember. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. So now we're gonna talk. SL9 incident? It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? After the incident, then we'll talk about permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, it was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. That happens a lot in this game when you're a witness. I don't know if you've noticed that. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. Well, even if you could, the courtroom was empty. So, I mean, you're I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana will never have to forge any. I see. I don't fully understand how Japanese court works. I don't think the judge understands how Japanese court works. I don't think anybody does. I don't know why she would be exempt from giving any testimony. For that matter, I don't know why she wasn't pressed on being able to give the additional details. Like, she was clearly only questioned about the actual attacking of her. Why wasn't she able to, why didn't anyone bring up the attacking of the other person? Why wasn't that brought up? I don't know. Can a witness just refuse? I mean, they could, I guess, not show up, but I mean, if they're subpoenaed, I mean, I'm only using my knowledge of American law. I mean, if you're subpoenaed, you can get in trouble if you don't testify. But, I mean, I guess, other than, like, pleading the fifth, there's not much you can do. I mean, there is contempt and other things of that nature, but I don't know why the court would exempt. So if you witness a murder, I'm required by the law to testify in American law. If you witness a murder, you're required. This is where I wish I had studied more about criminal law, because I genuinely don't know a whole lot about procedural matters when it comes to criminal law. I know a ton about disability, but very little about this. I don't know what the penalties are for not coming forward. If you have information. I imagine if you're subpoenaed, I don't think you're necessarily, by law, required to come forward. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I'm not that kind of a lawyer. I'm sorry. I wish I knew more. I'll have to look this up, assuming we don't finish this today, which we may not. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Yeah, they have a right to not self-incriminate, but I don't necessarily know if I mean, is she incriminating herself though? I mean, would you be incriminating yourself if you're talking about what you witnessed somebody else doing? I don't really know if that's self-incrimination in any form of the word, because you can only plead the fifth if you're like incriminating yourself or something you would say would incriminate yourself. But I don't see how that would apply here. If you merely witnessed a murder that somebody else committed, at least that's my off-the-cuff answer that comes out of my head naturally. But yeah, if she said something like that, then I think the waters would definitely be murkier. She may be required at that point. I feel like the prosecutor or somebody else at that point would have been harassed. Yeah, there definitely are rules, some of which make sense, some of which don't always make sense, some of which aren't really the most well set out. Very specific laws about spouses, certain other relations and classes. Maybe if you hold some kind of public office, you must be a witness. Yeah, that is definitely a territory. I didn't even consider that aspect of the question either. So yeah, there's definitely. I am going to have to kind of give a Weasley waffly answer, because this is an area I really have not studied. I'm sure I studied it for the bar when I initially studied for it 10 years ago. Over to what? Wait, that's not even true anymore. It's been more like 11 or 12 at this particular point. But yeah, I haven't looked at it in a while. Something puzzling. Well, this is the fourth option, so this has to be the last one. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Yeah, that might make sense, except... Oh, my laptop isn't plugged in. I guess I plugged in the wrong charger? Wait a minute, what? No, the right charger's plugged in. Huh? My computer's about to die. Okay, one moment. Why am I not charging? I'm definitely plugged. Oh, I bet I know what the problem is. It is not that. Let me troubleshoot. Energy saver on. It's still not plugged in. My goodness, nothing is working today. Okay, this is not... Okay, this one's the one from my Cisco phone for work, which is what I thought. Okay, I plugged it in and immediately charged, and then it immediately stopped charging. What is going on? What if I switch this to high? Nothing happens. Wow, this is so odd. Let me just check the wire. I mean, I've only had this computer, like, what? I haven't had it that long. No, it's okay. It's all right. I'm gonna have to figure out if it is this charger. Okay, it's plugged in, and it's unplugged again. It works for, like, 1 second, and then it stops. Oh, now it says it's plugged in. I don't know what I did differently that time, but I'm happy to report it works. Okay, no, it just unworked. Hold on. Is it it must be the outlet. Okay, it is. Let me try plugging it into outlet 2 and see what happens. Okay, that... I think it's just the first outlet. Let me confirm. I'm gonna plug my other laptop into... Wow, it is outlet 1. Everything's just deciding to stop working, so the first outlet no longer works. And funnily enough, it's just as of right now. It worked the entire day because that was the one I plugged my phone into. And so it worked up until the end of my workday, and then I guess just now, the outlet doesn't work anymore. It just stops spitting out any sort of power, and so this other laptop is not charging next to this one. So, very strange. Anyway, what were we talking about? Joe Dark? he was gonna be doing something? Let me catch up on chat too. Also, yeah, very suspicious. You know, during this is exactly what happened. The power went out, and all of a sudden somebody ended up dead. And then I passed out, and I woke up, and I'm like, what the heck happened in the stream? Let's find out what's going on. I'm ripping off our stream. Vero did this the other day. Yeah, Lana has the real say as to whether or not she can testify. I think that's fair. And welcome, Bear Kidney. Chat isn't working. Outlet number 1 isn't working. I may not be working in a couple of moments. Hopefully nothing happens to me. We're just gonna see what happens. Oh, I briefly remember was that just this most recent one, or was that the one beforehand? Because I remember one where There've been a couple of close calls with that charger, if I remember. I just start glitching. Yes, I just start jumping out to the left corner of the screen or the right corner. And yes, that's going to be kind of rough. And that's how you get all the Master Balls. Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did you run all the way over to your sister's office? Did you like your drawing? You found a picture of the scene with the guy after having killed the girl in the first place and thought that would be perfect. Hey, I'm gonna confess, I never actually got to see the draw stream. I was out and wasn't able to actually watch. I did not actually see what you ended up producing. I want to actually. Are they up on the Burrow right now? I'm gonna look right now. I'm on the Burrow right this moment. Let me see. There it is. I found it. Yes. That's very good. I like that Daisy's there as well. The first Phoenix Wright case. I'm just reading the chat here. And then there's SCD, which I think SCD continually astonishes me. They keep breaking records. I'm surprised they're able to comment on all of them and give a backstory. Deserved for Agent Mendez. Okay, very good. Good work, Tay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't realize they were up on the Burrow yet. I didn't realize they were already up, or I would have checked sooner, but I did like it. And, yeah, I was trying to slowly acclimate into being able to check everything, and I forgot to go check the Boru after I made the suggestion. I managed to scroll somehow right past it until I saw the David Babbitt, and then I'm like, I went too far. I'm in a completely different draw stream now, and then I scrolled back up and saw it. Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Alright, let's go talk to her. I mean, I feel like if you let people escape from the interrogation room, and then they go and kill somebody, you probably shouldn't be promoted. Although, was she the one that was interrogating? I imagine it was somebody else. If she was the one who was interrogating and then they gave her the slip, and then there was a murder, I wouldn't promote her, probably. Detention center. What, February 24th, detention center visitors room. Unless I'm missing something. I mean, I could be missing something. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. Falsifying your backstory. Yeah, I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Your witness escaped your chief prosecutor now. I guess that's how it works. It's like, only the biggest screw-ups require the biggest reward. And what greater punishment is there than being chief prosecutor? I always say. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Alright, today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which were the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen. I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. She turned a whole 90 degrees, that's how phased she was. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? Then he was the vice head of criminal affairs, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could later use that experience in court. Gant's help in the SL9 case was critical in its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Dark investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the chief detective was, no doubt, Damon Gant? Yes, Detective Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when the last murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. First one at scene? Detective Gant and Prosecutor Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages when Dark must have panicked. He waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Detective Gant and myself. That's where he found me. Apparently, you were sharing the office too. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers when Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Okay, so you didn't actually drop the ball, I guess. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right, quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Well, if the incident isn't over, maybe it's not the final SL9 incident murder. Let's take a look. Criminal Affairs Department. Police Department, Criminal Affairs. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The head of the department seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Okay, so this wasn't the route to... I was wondering if this is how I could find Detective Gant's office, but no. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Dark trial. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife from the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Let me guess, the knife that we did pick up is the murder weapon, and that other murder. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Prosecutor Marshall. I got the looks, but he's got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother. He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You don't mean King of Prosecutors. Not that again. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Scars. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who were you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant and Skye. Chief Detective Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh no. I guess we'll go to the underground parking lot. Prosecutor's office underground parking. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Let's go to... We have the High Prosecutor's Office. That's really where we have to go. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay, how do I get to Damon Gant's room? Maybe I can get to it from the law offices? Oh! Something new in here now. Criminal affairs. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Well, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just head across the hall to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. Yeah, why did you keep talking? Emma, you idiot. You can't go in there. It's off limits. I was about to say, he's awfully helpful. Now I can see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. What a ridiculous thing to have in your office. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Back. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Mr. Wright, have you been swimming lately? No I haven't. I've been kinda busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I'm trying to guess what it is. That statue, look, has an awfully pointy knife on it. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Is the king of... Hold on, wait. Oh, the king of prosecutors. I was about to say, it has a sword emblem on it. But we're playing the shield version rather than the sword version, so I think that's why it looks different. I guess that's what's different. I was gonna say, this doesn't seem to be the same statue. Gantt team picture added to the court record. Okay, so it is gonna be important. I was right to stare at it. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gantt denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. We just go back in. Can't stop me. Federation officer. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Were you in a meeting? I was, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long in the meeting? Actually, I had to serve everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago, now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Edgeworth crisis. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence he presents in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. Those who don't like him haven't been able to do anything because of his amazing talent as a prosecutor. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only had that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. SL9 incident. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? It might jog his memory. After we interrogate, but let's take a look at the incident files. It doesn't mention anything about the weapon in here. Lies. I think I would have remembered if it did. Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems it was a pretty careless animal. A Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but fortunately he was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? He must mean Emma. Only 3 things, so we have to probably show him the weapon to get the 4th. So we'll present Switchblade knife. I'm still waiting to see how the urn is going to be relevant. About this. Hey, don't tell me that's... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. Yeah, Gumshoe is great. I'm really growing fond of his character. Like his eyebrows, his character, he's just really great. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. That's the joke I would make. Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, and it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. But the knife wound itself wasn't correct. So somebody must have inserted it into the knife wound after? I guess that's what would have happened, because Emma would have only seen the initial stab, then suffered from pass-out syndrome, and then I guess somebody could have planted it in after. It's definitely not the most unbelievable thing that's happened in Phoenix Wright so far. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife added to the court record. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. I like that that's still being referenced. Let us into the office. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Yeah, good thing we have an ID card. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was detective. Good, stop blabbing what we're going to do. That won't work. Oh, that won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Shoot. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Can we just use the ID number? Like, can we just reference it off the sheet? Do we need the actual card? I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Blue Badger! This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. We probably need to explain that Emma is the person that was in the past for him to probably be motivated. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. I don't think that little dinky knife is going to be able to... No! Like, I mean, I don't even need to be a coroner to be able to figure out, like, there's no way that's reaching the heart. What could I show him? I would get him to change his mind? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. Okay, we'll probably be here for a while while I try to figure this out. We don't want probably want the friends. Lost item report? Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Do I want to show the other knife? Found Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, okay, so this was said last time we saw him. ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can use about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forgot my secret number a lot, too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all. And what could be wrong with that? I think I'll stay out of this conversation. ID card record again? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777? That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. That wasn't it? I thought that would have been it. Man, what do we need to give him? Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, Detective? Quick, run! Achoo! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. I remember when it was winter, I was 16. She was the one who really ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Yeah, sorry. If nothing else, we're getting a lot of responses. He has a lot to say about a lot of things. Screwdriver? Nope, doesn't want to have anything to do with a screwdriver. Good, I just lost that report. Rubber glove? No. I don't have the item? Oh, okay, so I need to keep moving around. They made it sound like I had to give him something now. Where else can I go? Underground parking. Yeah, I'm gonna probably get. Yeah, at that point I didn't know it was somewhere else, so I'm just gonna go to. I can go to the High Prosecutor's Office and the Detention Center. I didn't know I had exhausted it. I think I was just. I thought I was supposed to like find the item to change his mind. High Prosecutor's Office. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Huh? What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. I'll show it to Gumshoe. I almost said Goodman, which was the wrong G name. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation of me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Talk. Forged evidence. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified? The police department and its prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial? Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? That list of evidence? It seems too short. That's what he tucked in his desk. That list looks extremely familiar. Gant must have the real one in his desk. As to why he was randomly looking at it in his office, it is randomly. I don't know why, but I guess he just decided, I'm bored, I'll read it. I'm done with playing the organ. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but at the time there was only one thing on my mind. I'd use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seemed strange about it. Yeah, the statue was different. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards cannot exactly skip out on the ceremony. So my theory is that the murder weapon is actually the knife that was affixed to the statue in the past. I was being haha funny when I suggested the bigger knight statue that was at the side, but I'm gonna guess that's why the statue is missing it now. That's just my kind of guard theory for the moment. We'll see if it changes. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that. Didn't we? Or were we referencing it in our inventory, or is this a duplicate? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Alright. Well then... First of all, I'm going to examine the paper on the floor. Move move it. My paper now. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Yeah, I know. I was gonna show him the picture. I was gonna show him the actual picture first, and then the trophy. Because the trophy is missing the knife of, or sword of fixture. But I wanted to try to pick up the thing on the ground before I forgot. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing, crawling around at my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you can't read, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Mr. Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. We'll use it to impeach him as a prosecutor. Well, isn't it true that you're going to quit? And that's why something? Put letter of resignation in his pocket. Well, this will motivate Gumshoe, no question. But let's go ahead and give him... We only have 3 things, and we could probably get 4 out of him. So let me go ahead and present the actual photo to him. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Oh, now that I get a closer look, that's not sharp enough at all to stab anybody. Never mind. Theory debunked. Theory debunked. Sorry, I tried. Yes, you're right. Then my original theory about the weapon that was found, that was bloodied. No, that can't, because that's Edgeworth's knife. That one can't be the murder weapon either. So I'll figure it out eventually. I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor trophy used until that time. There's a story behind it. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. I'm gonna say talk, and there's gonna be contradiction. Oh, I guess not. I am batting 0 for my theories today. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. And then the halberd was used in Chapter 3's murder. Isn't it poetic? Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize. Precisely. So they symbolize the merchant's items, or at least it was theoried to be the murder weapon in Chapter 3 until we figured out what it really was. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll you'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the Harvard part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King of Prosecutors Trophy updated. Maybe it is the murder weapon. I don't know. I think that would be fitting, but like, I don't know what it would, why other subsequent trophies would have to have it removed, unless it's the same trophy and they just took it off because it was the murder weapon, and that's the story for why it's no longer being used. Okay. Anyway, this will absolutely get Gumshoe to listen to us. Underground parking. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Dark investigation. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think it was ever more alive than it was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case, and of course they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. After the case closed, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you didn't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Legendary duo? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 years ago, Gant was chief detective and Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence? Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for their other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from a shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why should she have to turn out so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secure. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You'll listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay, bye. We need to go ahead and talk to our fun little detective pal Gumshoe and break the news. February 24th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Never heard that phrase before. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck of the line. The office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. He's retiring and it's all your fault! What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far! Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. At first I thought he was as cold as ice, but now I know different. He's trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Thank you, Gumshoe. We love you. Swiftly tucked into our pocket. Gumshoe's ID. Let's check it. Got anything funny or witty to say about it? Oh, examine. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. I think he's super photogenic. Apparently, this picture is not very photogenic. All right, so let's go ahead and move to the chief's office. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Open sesame. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what is the point in giving us your ID card? Crumpled Gumshoe's ID card in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. That was rude of us. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. The chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at his New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Watch me. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? These shelves are most, I missed what it said. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Are mostly empty, got it. Okay, that part of the shelf also says the same thing. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it in the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor and this is the 15th. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in his ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Let's check his desk. Where are the papers? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two, Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading at his desk. It's gonna be the evidence. It's gonna be the evidence from that list that was too short. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. Yup. Used in a case. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing there. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. That list of evidence, it seemed too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added. Oh, I can't wait to impeach with this fun stuff. Ripped in half so only part remains. The drawing of the crime? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. It was the stupid statue. Look at that. I mean, what else could make that shape? What else is that kind of blunt tip at the end supposed to signify? What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Alright. I guess my biggest blunder was thinking I made a blunder earlier with my theory. Chief Gant, can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh, what is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think. Chief Gant. Might be a suspect, do you? What? Yeah, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? I thought it was a suspect from the moment I met him. That like, well-dressed Ganondorf-looking fellow. Ever since I saw him. Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There he goes, ignoring me again. Let's present the evidence list. I mean, he did go through all this trouble. I'll give him the evidence list. Yeah, I mean, I immediately did. I mean, somebody had to be bad news. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here, yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list is really only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. Back? Okay, I already did, so I don't need to do that. That's a good hint if you didn't already check it. I mean, are we done? Is there more to find here? Let's take a look. Is this thing bloody? Is this thing a knife? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Got it. Okay, I'm definitely not done. That's always nice. I figured the locker room was by far the biggest of what I needed to examine. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. What is this? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Okay, we found this inside the drawer, a list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We'd better look a little more into this list. What's this? A safe? This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7777777. No, okay, let's see. A 7-digit. No. No, it can't be. So you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Input code. I didn't even hesitate. I'm just like, that's the first thing I'm putting in. Even if it was like 4 characters, I was going to go immediately to 77. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 77777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. Okay. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much did he have stashed away? It is a pretty good. It is pretty good. Didn't even need the parrot this time. This should welcome again, so. We're running into technical difficulties with any sort of internet browser capture, so that's why chat doesn't show up on stream. Sorry. Not thankfully, all those of you watching it live are watching on Twitch anyway, so you're going to be able to access chat. It's just people who watch the VODs, which virtually nobody has watches the YouTube, but it's still good to archive them, will not see a chat. So, but I am going to want to revisit like my reactions to certain moments and cases, like probably months, if not years from now. It's it's the missing piece of the urn. Oh my goodness, the shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather. Oh, it's all the evidence that he hid. It's all of the missing evidence from the list. A piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. But unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. What? After all, it's my neck on the line here. Well, I can prove it. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we could show the detective. I've got it. Present. So there it is. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? All of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. I love Gumshoe. Now that you've mentioned it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble fragments. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. That looks good. Yeah. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means... Oh, maybe this was... No. I mean, this is only part of the equation. That might be what was on the back of the picture, but it's not what punctured the heart. That's probably still the statue. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he can steal the piece of evidence from the SL9 incident, but, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? The unstable jar data has been updated. So we haven't automatically left, but we probably have to do more. Probably connected to that that little cloth thing we found. Blood traces. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has is different, though. The blood stains on this other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. Let me examine the safe again. This is just a safe, isn't it? Safe, or okay, say so. Okay, so nothing new from looking at the safe. Talk. Still has nothing new to say. I must have to present him with something else. We saw the cloth with the handprint. Why don't we use the fingerprint set? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take? Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, heh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? Don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, we have to select our thing? Oh, okay, I was getting ready to eagerly sprinkle the dust everywhere, and it was too soon. I'll examine this one. Or not, apparently. Try that again. Spread the powder and blow. Just dancing my fingers on the screen like rapidly. Alright, I think that's good enough. There we go. Well, that sucks. I gave him a best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Well, I'm glad I didn't dust heavier than that. Okay, that should be good enough. Yay! Demon Gant. Compare. I didn't think it'd be that easy. No, that doesn't match. It looks like we're out of the clues this time. Yeah, but it was inside the chief's safe. We're just giving up? Right, along with that shard, so that means it's gotta have something to do with that incident. The one that happened right here in this room. She's right. We should check the fingerprints of everyone who was in here that day. That way I see it, there's a higher power at work here. You just gotta have faith. No, huh? Is it Emma? No, that doesn't match. Yeah. An interesting, what was the question? I can't remember what I just asked, because I was doing it, like instinctively. Emma Sky. Oh, I can already tell it's a match. Yeah. Yep. You're the murderer. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. Stop forging evidence, Ace. Phoenix. That's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it was pretty obvious who the other person would be, unless there was another mystery person in there. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. You seem to have enough pocket space for, like, all of this evidence. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we're able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? Oh no, he's going to be playing with some organs, and it's not the piano variety. We are in danger. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. Oh, no. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright? You're crucial. Yeah, the problem. Don't leave Emma alone. She's crucial evidence about what happened. He's gonna stuff her in the safe. We'll never see her again. This is gonna be terrible. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. I mean, look at the bright side. You don't have to return us $50, so... Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. It's hard to believe anyone could keep quiet about it all this time. Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After all, I heard from Emma. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police want to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. We're getting close to me taking my first break. I didn't think it'd spend this long in the field, but it's no big deal. We're gonna definitely go through trial, and we're gonna go for a while. I don't have any hearings until Thursday, so I'm like, there's nothing pressing. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. Who it is you're hiding behind those words? Oh, is Emma? Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Oh wow, we got a lot to unlock here. Keeping quiet. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not you that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Emma Skye. Although, I mean, if she's the real villain, I'll be pretty impressed. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about the circumstances? Damon Gant. We're partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly investigated that evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in the case. Evidence list. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and the strip of cloth. Oh, I guess you could have picked any of those. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. I feel like the only twist here that makes sense is if Emma's the murderer and doesn't realize it, and Lana's protecting her. Like, I can't imagine what else would possess Lana to go through this much trouble. To, like, be blackmailed or whatever the hell else she's doing. 3 days ago, so I mean, I threw it as a haha answer, but, like, I don't know. I feel like she probably did do it, but, like, there's, like, more than one bad... Like, even the person that's a bad guy may not have been the person who did it. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate, and the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders? Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Orders? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk was broken. I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Why bother doing that? That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that it got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Dark's knife. It took a lot of work to finally close the dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case? If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and asked her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the S9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Officer Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And that part I'm not clear on. That I don't think was Emma. I do think that Emma kind of kicked off that whole... I don't know, I think Emma might still be the accidental murderer and what happened in the office. But I don't know about who killed Detective Goodman. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Maybe it was Mia? Well, I figured we would summon her spirit once we completed the Millennium Urn, but we didn't. So I was kind of hoping that would be our reward was Mia, but nope, nothing of the sort. I am going to... The problem is once I hit save, it's going to auto-advance to like the next section. So I will hang out on the screen for a moment. Let me go ahead and make sure that all of you get hydrated. So let me go ahead and get you hydrated. And I will be right back. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me take a scroll up so I can read what you wrote, Tay. There we go. As an Emma hater, I was desperate for her to be the killer. I don't know what was wrong with my teenage self and why I hated Emma so much. She was fine. Oh, I don't want her to be the killer because I hate her. I just think it's. I mean, there might be another motivating factor for Lana to do what she did. It's just that I can't immediately think of anything else that would make her kind of do this and have someone over her kind of like orchestrating all this other nonsense. Um, what? You can hear me? What? How about now? Can you hear me? I can hear me. Did something I guess something might have broken? Oh, okay. I'm good. Okay, I'm good. I was about to say I wouldn't be surprised if something else broke. It's just like everything like slowly but surely the text on the lower level about what game is coming up is going to start to fade away. My camera's going to start to fade. It'll come up to my neck and then like slowly but surely I'll disappear. Then the game. But yes. But yeah, the Emma situation, like again, I don't want her to be necessarily the killer because I don't like her. It's just that I feel like that's probably the twist that's being telegraphed, but we may learn another completely different twist as the trial goes on. This has definitely been a very engaging chapter. It's very good. Like it uses so much. It brings in like almost everything. It may end up being my second favorite, if not third, but probably second. Definitely, chapter 4 is. I don't think anything is really going to top that one for me, but this could be a very close second. I brought back some DC ghosts with me. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am good. Let's go ahead and get ready for trial. That's me! This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I appreciate you shouting out myself on my channel. I'll definitely check me out sometime. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. You played it for the first time. Message failed to send. You copy pasted. Oh, okay. But somehow you copy paste. You copy pasted it because you probably did that to refresh the page. If I had to guess, you might have just copied it directly into your web browser and, instead of F5. I don't know. Sometimes I do that, but that might have been why. Yeah, I mean, I guess it felt almost too much like what Maya was. It almost felt like they were trying to just kind of copy that kind of energy that Maya had and just try to have like maybe like a bootleg Maya. Only more features with the DS, so it's different. I don't know, but and she also gives you cool little things to spray around and fingerprints, so I could forgive her. But I don't think there's this. I don't know, and I don't know. I don't think I really have ended up hating her so far. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Okay, show me Gant. Where's Gant? Oh, it's Edgeworth. Never mind. Edgeworth. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 7777777 ID number is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. Wrong. It's Emma. She has the highest position of authority. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt on this ID record. If that number does belong to who you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from this list, I can call for a ruling on the defendant. 5 minutes after the trial starts, Lana will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. That was a really good thing he said. I really like that he brought it back to that. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Hey, Chief, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Is he threatening Emma? And so, I mean, or threatening to do something related to Emma? I mean, he's gonna twist what Lana testifies about. That's the bottom line. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Yeah, I did the SL9, I did this murder, and I'll do the next murder. Case closed. Goodbye, everyone. And then walks away murderously. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. You saw that coming. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Now, this is what we want, because we want to have the opportunity to cross-examine. No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Oh, no. But Lana... Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Oh my goodness, how do we stop? We can't do anything. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. While the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation, her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Edgeworth, we know you're going to jump in. Do it! Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for a verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant, and that's when Edgeworth's like, you know what? I don't want to be a prosecutor. I'm going to have my friend Phoenix Wright do it. And then we still win. Because you can't waive your right to a prosecutor. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Von Karma comes out. My goodness, everybody's involved. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hear her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. So, critical question is, yeah, it was like it is like, there's witnesses to what he had to say. Unless all of us get stuffed in a safe, then we're in trouble. So, can I even do anything? Is this just gonna be the Edgeworth show featuring Edgeworth? Because I'm no longer counsel, so I can't do anything, right? I'm still gonna take notes, because I think notes are gonna be important. Because we're gonna learn a ton today. Now then, witness, state your name and occupation. My name is Paz. I love peace. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. Okay, I hope. We'll find out. But I mean, there's some way we have to get in this. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I am going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave it fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Yeah, I'm gonna cross-examine. Whether I'm a defense attorney or not. My brain is so flexible to remember that there's a lot of technically fired Phoenix. It's okay, as long as the judge doesn't remember that, we're all good. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day, correct? A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. One moment. That's not correct. That's already wrong. I don't even have to look at the autopsy report. He was stabbed to the back. And there's also the back of the other photo, which we were not going to forget about either. But the most immediate thing to do is present the autopsy report, so I'll note that. Autopsy. Stabbed, so it says stabbed in front. Let me just keep going. In the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay, I guess we're not fired. It's fine. We were fired, but we got better. So it's great. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. I should probably hear what they have to say, because sometimes, like, evidence gets updated, so... 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under Chief Detective Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Chief Detective Gant and this guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held the ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Detective Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We knew Gant was going to be there. Gant was there too. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. Did he run after him award in hand? Because I still feel like that part is going to be important. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead, and that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Well, that's when the lightning bolts came in. Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. That's what we saw. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. The picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I gave you 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I guess I can present before impeaching. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you still insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it? Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. And that must be the urn. That's the urn that we pieced together, which initially I thought that blunt piece was the was the little part that was sticking out of the prosecutor's trophy. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. I'm glad I pressed, because I could have impeached, or it may have said I was wrong, or it may not have mattered for me to present the evidence if I had done it too early. Who would have thought the picture would have been drawn on the back of the list? That was handed to Detective Goodman in the questioning room. Wait, the list was? Oh, that's why he died. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is something drawn on the back of my list. This is that thing. I feel like this song is gonna make its way into a countdown one of these days. That's that. That thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Apparently, the head of the criminal affairs used this for his blueprint. Yeah, it's often a sign that everything's fine. I guess he was out of scrap paper? The evidence list has been updated. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she saw the picture. The fact that it's different than what she said, probably. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant. You know, that thing. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the detective team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of that lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. So how did you know? The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. She awoke to found Marshall, but... You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. And that's when the lightning flashed. Okay, well, that image shows up, but it could be a lie. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. what happened after the lightning flashed. After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant. Do I press first? I don't know if it's one of those presses that'll be like, you get a guilty verdict if you don't hurry up. Like, I feel like any of the presses I would do or presents are kind of weak. I could present with the autopsy report that mentioned, you know, that. I could present the knife. I could present any number of things. I could present the urn. Probably they want me to present the urn. No, they don't want me to present the urn. Very good. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in the statement, and no, it isn't a contradiction. Okay, let's press. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Okay, so this is where I present the stupid urn. Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I guess we have to present the autopsy report. Yeah, I mean, I guess that was the gotcha all along, but I decided to, like, help. I decided I needed to help her, but by showing the urn, being her, like, oh yeah, I remember that urn. Just like we helped her rather than going for the big gotcha earlier by, like, saying, like, no, the autopsy report said it was they were stabbed in the back, not in the front, like you claim you saw the attack, or any of these other things, but okay, I guess I needed to go for the gotcha there. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us? What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Also, it's not a knife. That's the other one. In fact, you don't even have to look closely to see that. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Huh? Where could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another. It's our lovely little statue. The one I theorized all along! If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? I do. If so, feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. I am gonna go for it. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But I remind you of the fate of Miss Lana's guy. Oh, they didn't like that. They didn't like my guess. I guess I'm wrong. I thought it broke off the statue. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Oh! The picture. The picture. Shoot! I thought it was the same statue. Okay. The answer lies in the past. 2 years of the past. Right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, this knife in the picture was not Joe Dark's. So clearly, if I was right about this guess, I've got to be right about Emma. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given the broken shield and a broken knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. But What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. Okay. Thought I was onto something I'm not. Continue. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying to forget. What? I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. I'm not having a knee-jerk connection between that and other things. So I'm going to have to keep going until I put the piece together, because I'm not looking at that and be like, oh, that must be this. Even though I feel like I probably should be. But I'm not. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Okay. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. The truth must lie in this photo somewhere. Or maybe not. The fact that that part of its head is kind of taped up is really bothering me. You kind of see it in the photo. Hold on. I may have dismissed it too quickly. That statue can't be it. Yeah, I'm not getting it. I might be able to see it later. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The head detective of criminal affairs didn't even design him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago? Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further! Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the score of the matter. So we're still retained as counsel and you're out of here. What a twist. It was supposed to be the other way around. When I saw that man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? Are we talking about his hat? Like, I don't know. All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded this incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife, but as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help Mr. Marshall. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. In a matter of just a few seconds, Miss Skye was almost killed. Then she witnessed a murder about to take place. A little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was so very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. I'm looking at the wrong evidence. I don't think this is it either. No. I don't remember what I looked at that made you say I was on the right track. Hopefully I'll figure it out eventually. The Blue Badger was later. Anyway, at the very least, I can say I'm unfortunately, however frustrating, I can say I'm drawing a complete blank. I don't get the connection yet. But the head detective of criminal affairs thought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. We'll figure this out. I'm sure we can. Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought that this thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? Oh, are we talking about Gant with the stupid 3 buttons on his shirt? Because like that was like what I was thinking, but like it doesn't have the right shape. So you mean you didn't see his face with his winning smile at all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. don't freaking know. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Let's go ahead and... Unfortunately, I am going to get it wrong, because I don't see what's going on yet. We will slowly but surely figure it out. Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. Hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Maybe? I mean, it could be. I mean, this has to be it. I mean, it has to play into the story somehow. Something is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Take that!
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them. The correct angle to look at this from? No! No, come on! I'm the worst at this. Oh dear God. This is gonna be the hardest thing I think we've ever done. Ooh. Ooh, hold on a minute. Ah, the broken ear. So the broken ear has to be here. No, it has to... Wait, no. Well, I don't necessarily mind the puzzle, it's just that I am the worst at visualizing perspectives. I'm not seeing any... I can't figure out any way to perspectively get it to look anything like what I'm supposed to be doing. Am I close? I don't feel like I'm anywhere near where I need to be. And I can't remember how I got it back to where it was. I did? I don't know. I mean, I probably was onto something 30 seconds ago and didn't see it. But I'm not... I can't figure this out. Okay, so this... I mean, I don't... Big long horn protrude from the top right. Two horns are parallel. I can't do this. I have no, I cannot do this. I don't understand perspective. I'm gonna say this. This isn't right. I've got to make it look like a badger. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on this witness's drawing. If its drawing can't match up the shape of the witness due, we can't accept this claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Like, we could bite the bullet. Yeah, I may have to. Unfortunately, this is the one area where I really am gonna have to, like, take the L here. I can't figure this out. I don't know what I'm meant to make. I can't actually even see how it'd be possible to do it, because I guess my limited. So, I would need, like... Yeah, there's no way to get all three on the top, is there? Eh? Well... Blah. Yeah, I don't get it at all. I give up. I don't see how you're meant to... I don't see any reality where I could make that shape.
Take that! Objection!
No, did you make one? Oh, I'm sorry, you may have tagged me. Hold on. Oh, that? Let me see. Let me see if I could even force myself to make that image. Uh... I'm having an absolute miserable time. I guess like that. It's actually not easy for me to make, because I can't visualize what I'm doing while I'm doing it.
Take that!
No, it's not correct. Unfortunately, we're still gonna be here a while because I can't, even knowing what the solution is, I can't make that shape. No, I mean, it's stupid guard. I really don't know how to do this, even knowing what the shape is. I keep forgetting how to do it. That's why I'm... Hold on, let me get the image back up. We've clearly found my weakness for puzzling, and it's here. Okay, so I keep going from... Messed up by moving the entire jar around. I just need to spin it from bottom to top. Let me present it so I get it back to normal.
Objection!
Spin it from bottom to top. Okay, let me see the image again. Okay.
Take that!
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. I mean, I can, because I couldn't figure it out. No. It can't be. Thank you. Thank you for the help. I guarantee you I would not have been able to do it on my own. I would not have been able to figure out the rotation or any of that. Just leave the crime solving to me, puzzling to other people. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wasn't quite sure how to make the shapes, and I was thinking it involved other movements than just going up to down. So that was kind of where I screwed up. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? What's different now? Like, define location. Do you mean like the actual orientation of the room? I think what I'm more concerned about is the orientation of the jar, because there's no way a jar can stand in that position. So we can try to stay. We can try the murder weapon, maybe. Oh, I don't know why it would change the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Not only that, but she saw it at a very specific angle. Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, into the statue, Emma did it. Just not in a very fun way. What would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the prosecutor's award. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Thud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. We're far from done. We still haven't connected Gant. We still don't know the original, who actually murdered Goodman. We are so far from done. We are just not finished. This is unprecedented. Objection. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? Yeah, bring Maya back. Yes. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. Yes, play the tape with Officer Marshall in it one more time. We need to investigate it. Look even closer at it. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Oh, I bet you the straight line would have made more sense as a Japanese character. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Somehow. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Okay, here we go. I believe I have to make up for puzzle time. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. There's the victim's note, but we don't have any proof it's actually them. I'm gonna stick with my theory of the unstable jar. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor oh no, another puzzle! Gotta connect them in the right position. And I'm not even joking, I think that's what I'm probably gonna have to do. Oh no, we'll do our best. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. Blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. We did get unlimited tries with the jar, thank goodness, but I don't know if this is going to be the same. I'm ready. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. The murderer's name. Wait, what? What? What do they want? I don't understand. Are we getting there? What do they want me to connect? It's not letting me connect certain dots. Uh, what is going on here? I was thinking Gantt, but it won't let me make. I don't understand how these connections work. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Back. Um, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I can't connect the dots. Oh, I'm sorry, Emma, I got it. Why am I saying Gantt? Emma. I I am so bad at this. Hold on. Come on, work with me. Thank you.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove his client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. I was trying to, at first I was trying to see if I could spell other things, but I wasn't able to do it. Even trying to spell, that was tougher than I thought, because like sometimes it would snap back and not accept it, and I didn't understand why. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief can't. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They just might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault while these characters talk in the opening of Super Mario All-Stars? Order, 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 order. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. I'm still feeling good, but I do think another break may definitely be helpful. So we'll take another water break, and then we will go back to court. So let me go ahead and get water for everybody. One moment. There you go. And I'll be right back. All right. I have returned. Let me just get my water to hydrate and we will continue while standing. All right. So second to last. Either way, that's still pretty good progress. I still want to talk about my DC trip, but it is probably going to be more conducive to do that in a game that's less text heavy where I'm having to read all the time. So I'm probably going to save that for Lunar tomorrow during segments where I may just be battling in like the White Dragon Cave or the forest or some other place. That way I could just go over all of it without having to talk during segments where there's plenty of talking to still do, because there's quite a bit to talk about. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. It's Gumshoe, the best character in the entire series. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh no. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. I'm sure you know the 2 rules of evidence law, don't you, Wright? Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. His eyebrows are just so fun. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Securely slipped evidence law into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Oh, we'll see about that. Check touch. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. So, I think the main thing is just, and this has been the case for like everything we've ever shown the judge, we just have to connect it to the larger picture. So if we present something and they're gonna object, we have to explain why it's necessary. Okay, fair enough. So many pages! We've almost filled up our 4th page! All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. Yeah, I know, it's true. It's like such a funny, it's so weird to introduce these rules at all. Like, you could have just had that be a throwaway line and have them not matter. Because like they're always brought in. Nothing's ever been completely excluded. Nothing's exploded from my inventory. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. We're going to take away 3 whole exclamation points. Hope you're ready. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that Mr. Edgeworth may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's never been a case example. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, the trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. I'm sorry, Gumshoe. You gotta come forward. Confess your crimes. It was all for the $50 that Gant kept giving you. That was the real motive in all of this. It's time to call Damon Gant. Yeah. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. My backup was calling Bruce Goodman. I'm sure that he would have been a good witness. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. This is an interesting position, Mr. Wright, but I'll allow this. You have very little leniency here. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things I can account for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this? Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Alright, I'm going to take careful note. It's probably going to start off with like a big, easy to catch inconsistency, and then it's going to get progressively more ridiculous and harder to spot. That kind of tends to be the pattern here for a lot of these. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. That can't be correct, because he ran into the elevator and made it to the top floor. So the outage hadn't happened yet. Got him, but what can I use to impeach him with to get that? I don't have Emma's deposition. I'll just have to go forward, but they said power outage didn't help, but elevator operational. So I'm just gonna write that down. Okay, continue. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Okay, so I may have to press him on the details of what happened between then and going to the office. Found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him, he was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. We have to press on this. I mean, we're going to press on it anyway. It's the only statement that really seems to be kind of weird. Like, we need times, we need details. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. I'm still, maybe I should just stop focusing on the elevator. I don't think I'm getting anywhere with that. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Dark on floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? Okay. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you can see, it had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Am I supposed to... Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. I mean, other than what's in his safe? Yeah, I'm not seeing a clear gotcha. I can present what's in the safe, which seems to be the right answer. Probably because we were given the rules of evidence, which are all of a sudden going to matter, so it's probably going to be like, well, I didn't prove it, and blah, 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 I don't know. Strip of cloth with Emma Sky's prints.
Objection!
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please? I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know? The second rule of evidence law? I see, I knew we were gonna have to deal with that. So we have to explain how it's material. Because The second one is unregistered evidence must be relevant to the trial. And so we have to present, I guess, the fingerprint kit again, maybe? Second rule of evidence law. Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to the trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. What? I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Udgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Yeah, the only other thing that was in his safe was the urn. The exhibit list was in his desk. I'm planning on that in a moment. The piece of the urn was the other thing. I'm gonna probably go the exhibit list and then the urn.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. We've already proved it material, so we can't back out of it. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this legal investigation. Yeah, I know, it is pretty funny. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wright? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy? Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh. Indeed, I believe we'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Udgy. In return, though, I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Evidence and forgery, oh my goodness. I didn't see anything immediately. The time? I mean, the only thing with a definite time... No. I'm thinking the wrong angle. I was gonna say the timesheet, but that's for the current crime, not the past one. press. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when your fingerprints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove your investigation was illegal. Grr, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Can I? I must be able to. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Mr. Wright. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever as they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Mr. Wright, think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho, 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 oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, I was going to be made chief anyway. Gah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplice. He had to have had an accomplice. He wouldn't have killed the guy himself. Save point. Point out accomplice. Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, Alask. Who is this person you believe Chief Kant may have helped forge evidence? It would have to be Lana.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Thank you for the hydrate. Our timing was pretty close. And let me go ahead and hydrate the rest of you back. It invited you, yes. And now everybody is hydrated. I do like to get these gifts a lot, or emotes. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to control the prosecutor's office. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect it. Protect her from what? She's already been convicted of the damn crime. There's nothing to protect her from anymore. Like this, like what are you being silent for? Everything's out. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strangely throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? Impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Well, here come the exclamation points. I know the next message is going to be important. We have all 5 since we took that recess. All right, then. Show us this evidence that ties Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Well, we know what it is. We don't even have to guess at this. Just remember, it better be good.
Take that!
This is the ID card list? Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. If he was smart, he would have changed the code, and now we'll have a different code. But if he tries to claim that, then that's when we'll say, well, then how did we open the safe? And then he'll have to be like, I don't know. I made it 00000001. And then we'll be like, no, he'll probably won't have an out. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, he's mad. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room? On the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim met with Chief Gant on the day of the crime. I mean, it would have to be the list again, right? Because we already know Bruce Goodman was here. Well, yeah, because well, actually, it was the ID card that was. Well, no, because we know the. It could be the screwdriver. Yeah, the ID was used by Marshall, but the screwdriver it's got to be the screwdriver. It's been continually reinforced. This damn screwdriver. I'm gonna probably present it. I don't have a chance to save right now. I have to do it. It's probably wrong. There's gotta be something more solid than this. On that day, had to go see Chief Gant. Hey, Shockstorm, welcome. But the court is waiting. Oh, he was mad that I made him took too long. Now my candy is gone. That's what happens. I'm gonna reload it. Court is waiting. Oops. Why don't you come meet me tomorrow? Perhaps you could write up your letter of termination? Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day. In that case, Mr. Wright, show us proof that the victim went to Gant on the day of the crime. I know it was, the ID was used by Marshall. I wonder if it's, but still, there was an awful lot of blood there that wasn't. Because remember, our argument was that the bloody handprint was there before.
Take that!
Okay, so nope, not that. So we gotta go back and try it again. I'm hemorrhaging exclamation points. So you're gonna penalize me for that, but me spinning the urn around for like 15 minutes did not incur any wrath from the court. I just wanna, or maybe the reason he's punishing me for thinking too long is because of the 15 minutes it took on the urn. Maybe that's the angle. Alright, Detective Goodman that day. Victim went to see Detective Goodman. Oh man, it's been so... I mean, it's... The problem is like how long I went between this and my last stream. That I don't even remember. Oh, that's right. Oh no, he never, no, scratch that. It was never presented to the chief. It was never presented. Or was it? I mean, he wrote, it was in his desk, right? Lost item report. It was never filed. Received from the chief of the detectives. Yeah, so he had to have known, right?
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. Yeah. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. That was my counter-argument. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He had needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible because there's only one scan. According to the record, your card was only used once. But you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No. Oh, jeez. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely committed on the spur of the moment. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why else? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body. However, the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know, and everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, we left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space? How could the chief have moved the body? Stuffed them in an urn, like a genie. Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body. Get used this. Unbelievable. Blue Badger. It's a great hint, I just wish I understood what it meant. Oh, do they mean having Mr. Meekins block the camera? No, because then it would... I'm afraid I don't get it, which is unfortunate.
Take that!
Well? Yeah, I know it was moved in a car, but I don't see a car option. I know this is the wrong choice, but I'm saving over it anyway. Because we're just gonna have to accept our failure here. I see. Maybe I'll use this later. To move your dead body, Mr. Wright. Huh? And I'll help you dispose of it. Damn! Chief Gant stated the PD and Lana stated the prosecutor's office that leaves only one possible way you could have moved the body. The only problem is, how did he get him to do it? Maybe that piece of evidence really did have something to do with this case. That piece of evidence. That's why he moved his car to begin with. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it at the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back to the prosecutor's office. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Yeah, good hints. I just had to piece together the screwdriver, which I knew was eventually going to be relevant. I was actually thinking about the screwdriver, but I was thinking about it too literally, and I'm like, no. And then I'm like, wait. Detective Gooden's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to carry evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice. Miss Lana Skye. Order, what's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph of Star took in the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right time to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to being considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh-worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do we have any concrete proof? I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Would it not have the other calls that were made? My thought process is... I guess my only concern is, like, how have we not found any fingerprint evidence anywhere? Yeah, I remember this one had no prints. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Okay. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for my meal. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, just give me just a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. This court will not tolerate any accusations. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Okay, I have no proof yet. Which sucks because I guess it goes to closed status fully. Like it was imperative we got it done today, I thought. No proof. No use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. Humph, Siaji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? I don't gamble unless the stakes are high. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, IG, I'll leave the rest to you. Yeah, they are rare moments where it happens. I think there's only one other case where this happened too. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer of the nation's law enforcement agency. Wow. Lady Luck, hmm? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify. Yeah, so Lana, why aren't you saying anything, you idiot? Dodo, worm. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... I am sure there's a witty joke I can make, I just don't have one. Sorry. Make your own witty joke. We're gonna call Lana. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Okay. I probably should, I don't know how much is gonna be left. Like, I don't know if we're, like, close or if we're, like, still, like, an hour, 30 minutes out. I want to push it a little bit longer, but I am gonna need a bit more of a longer break, because I am a bit tired. Home stretch. Very good. Then I can do it. Let me go ahead and get up, move around, and, okay, that's right, to redeem the emotes on the other computer. Okay, excellent. Yeah, because it's already over 4 hours and I'm pushing it. I can feel the fatigue. So I will be right back, stand up, do some good stretching, and I shall return. my treat. Let's solve the case. The court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby Number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office, yes! Oh man, if he's in future games, I'm gonna be so happy. He probably, he seems like a character that would be. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Maybe he won't work at the office, but he may be a recurrent character somewhere in some capacity, which would be nice. Still, Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not clear he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits its right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on? Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me? Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait hit? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued. More like to be concluded. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. So the rules of evidence we haven't used yet, meaning we're eventually going to have to use them, unless they're just like a completely useless piece of evidence. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye, and remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. A likely story? No, let's see. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that'd be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she just did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. We have to press her for details on what she did to rearrange it. You say you did all this by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor word knife was stuck in the victim's body. Right. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. I don't get it at all. Why did you plant the knife? Or why did you do this? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason this guy fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in the body would be the proof, all the proof we need. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall broke a knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that point might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted and nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done that alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Slip up more? So do I get to choose the other thing, or no? Maybe I don't get to choose the other option. Maybe it was I could either choose the knife or I could choose the location. Okay. Wow, I really don't know. I'll have to think about this. I use a lot of my preek. This is what happens when I get a little too tired. My words start to stumble on each other. I use all of my peak brain power towards the beginning. Let's see. I pressed on everything until it looped. Oh no, don't worry. It's less sleepiness and it's more just like fatigue. I'm not in any position to be able to sleep anytime soon. It's just I was a little bit stronger mentally earlier, and now I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. So let's see. The remaining half was found at Gan's desk. Yes, well, either would have been correct, but I did press on everything that was listed. It's just that I'm trying to figure out how. Stabbed in the back. I mean, I could use the strip of cloth to maybe impeach the statement where it said Emma had nothing to do with this. Because other than that, I am drawing a complete and utter blank.
Objection!
Well, as evidenced by this. I thought I did. Let me try. Oh, I get to choose the other option? Okay, because I picked one and then I thought I lost the ability to pick the other one. Why did you move the body? So now I did have to pick both. So when you showed up on the scene where exactly was the victim's body, it was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. I apologize. I thought thought that was what I needed to do, but I thought I pressed the statements that allowed me to do that and couldn't find it. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar Mr. Wright showed us earlier. In order to show that jar committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was all ready. Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it'd be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. Except no. No, that's not right. He wouldn't have been able to have written the message if the bot. Well, actually, no, he would have had time to do it on the pieces because she came in on the scene later. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. She's lying. So I'm gonna go ahead and add another save. I mean, I'm still kind of put off by the message that was left,
Objection!
which doesn't make any sense. But Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been useless. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecution must have written it in his final moments. Exactly, so, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, he had to have been near it, right? Yeah, so, it must not have yet been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information and arrive at the truth. Yeah, it just keeps it just keeps coming. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. Here it comes. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. And is she gonna say she did it with a cloth that had Emma's fingerprints? The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away this message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you chew my makeup yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. You safe to wipe away the blood? What did you use to wipe it with? I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry my bottle and emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you legally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident, no doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. I'm glad somebody has. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. I'm gonna save and get ready. We've pressed everything we can press here. But she didn't get them all. We know for a fact she didn't because several were in the evidence locker and one was in Gantz. So, the damn urn! The damn urn! Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. So are they suggesting are they suggesting that piece of evidence was planted in the I don't know what? Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha, can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken, and in fact it had no traces of blood. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? So what? Yeah. No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here, or on trail here. Good typo. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Yo, time to hit the dusty trail? Question, what is this action called? Fabrication. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skybeliever's sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And here is the reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it all on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all about Emma not killing. That's why I was kind of hesitating. Is the piece fake? Emma may not have actually done it, and believing that she did is the trap. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well, I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Okay, so that's what we really saw. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Oh, the rules of evidence? What? To me, it's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed, but I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. Receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Oh, the cover? Hold on. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. That's because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged the scene. Yeah, that's definitely gonna leave a mark. Lana's picture inserted in the court record. Gasp, Mr. Wright! The piece cut out from his vest. Piece cut out from his vest. Could that really be? Oh goodness, okay. Watch me get it first try, whatever the heck it is. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? It's a handprint. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh my goodness. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Hold it. Come now, Wudgie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant, what, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined testimony. That means you forfeited your right to make your statements of any sort. This must be the risk the judge was talking about. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah! Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Oh, he's gonna make me present the cloth. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna save again. Someone? So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over near Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. So, I mean, are there multiple endings here? If I present the cloth, is it like game over instantly? And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Okay. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I can't not show evidence. That has been very clear that's the wrong choice. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. All right, the time's finally come to show it to them. These prints have got to be the chief's. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Attorney's badge. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Oh my goodness. I've been keeping the fact that I've been a defense attorney from you the entire time, Your Honor. My goodness, what do I do? The pin on my badge. Oh man, I don't know if I want to do this. Push it to approve be pushed. Fingerprinting set. Can I use the fingerprinting set on the actual evidence I already have, though? My goodness. I don't know what to do. The pin on the badge. Yes, I'm the real one. I did it. I've been forging all the evidence. I don't think you have a choice.
Take that!
That's a piece of leather clothing? Yes, most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Oh, I was not supposed to show evidence? Okay. Well, I did save right before, right? So that's unfortunate. So, okay. I was not supposed to show any evidence. I was told that I wasn't allowed to conceal it, though. Okay, but that's fine. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No. No. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana was found guilty. It's okay, you didn't have to do that after having that somber. Okay, well, in any event, now we know. That was pretty short. I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Okay. Cannot show evidence. Yeah, bye. It's all the match. I know I could go back and do the I'm curious. I will do it. I mean, we're gonna end the stream, so we can do it. I don't know if it unlocks a flavor text or anything, or if we're just we need to go out. With a bang. We don't need no stinking badges. Show evidence. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. All right, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's. Let's see the conclusive evidence. I want to show actually. Yes. No, I can't. I can't show them that yet. Yet. Why not? You know which item to show, Mr. Wright. If you're not sure, then think it through again. How can you use that evidence to your advantage? What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. So, the big thing here is I mean, honestly, the smarter strategy is to not present, because then it puts the burden on Gant to then announce what was in a safe and then admit to forging and not bringing it forward. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie, Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Yes. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. It's me giving a thumbs up next to the cloth. Yeah, let's see. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it has been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? Well, you can't admit to it. We're gonna invoke the right to whatever. That doesn't matter. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene. She would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Scott. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When we rearranged the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. I did this before Lana arrived at the scene. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? Who do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. Except your 7777777 ID, I guess. See the star fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance, and this is where we're gonna, I guess, use the rules. Yeah, you mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as the murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? What do I have to say for myself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it to them before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. No! Okay. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I have to know if it's gonna go the same.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. So why is his handprints not on it? I guess the gloves. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that this immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Is it? The person whom these fingerprints belong to are... I'm gonna have to pick Emma Skye again, right? Okay. I'm gonna pick Emma.
Take that!
Emma? Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh ho 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 ho! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it? How could you? You monster! Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Murderer says what? What? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about, and why could we not detect it earlier? I guess. I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth? What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Blue Badger. Let's see. Okay, we can't check other than rotating. Let's see. Think crazy. I always think crazy. I don't even need to be playing Phoenix Wright to be thinking crazy.
Take that!
And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Guy, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. Then he broke the jar on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Well, the reason I'm really kind of annoyed is he made me think that she did it too. So I was caught up in a stupid lie and I'm mad at myself. Jerk. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? I was thinking it was big braining the whole thing and I was still not quite big braining it. That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Yes, I know. No. It's finished. Objection. Heh. Heh heh heh. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegation? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. No, you admitted it, you idiot. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Hold on a moment, I am getting a stupid McAfee pop-up. And, I cannot... uh-oh. What's going on? I can't click out. Hold on, I have to Control-Alt-Delete. Get the Task Manager. I cannot get the, Okay, I'm gonna have to... okay, I have Control again. There we go. The pop-up disappeared. Very, very annoying. I get more annoyances by, like, needing to renew antivirus software than actual problems with viruses. Yeah. What have you engineered? I fell right into another one of his traps. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, this piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Ho ho ho! Ho! Did you actually think you could best be in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Yeah. What? Oh, it disconnected. Oh, I see what the problem is. One moment. I'll fix it. I don't think that fixed it, did it? What if I click on this? That did nothing. Let me close out of the 3DS capture and reactivate it. I think that pop-up kind of screwed up everything. This should fix it. Yeah, I see the moving arrow. So I think we're back. Thankfully, you haven't really missed much because I was reading it all out loud. I think it all disconnected whenever the, whenever that pop-up happened. Okay, I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems, at last, the time to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and legally concealed this piece of cloth? I think we're gonna have to say that I did not. I'm gonna save. Thankfully, it gives me a choice. No, I did not purposely keep it away. I almost hit from chapter start. That would have been devastating. All part of his plan. I did not. Certainly, I refused to present evidence at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Uchi, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't let him. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Yes, I will throw the book at him. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying. I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Okay, that's why the timing mattered. And I guess... I mean, we still could have probably lied, but I guess we couldn't have lied. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes? No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Why? Sorry. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. Yes, the real breakdown is not having a breakdown. He just claps faster and faster. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he had to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He told me to open up the evidence room and take it out. And that's when I clapped him to death. It's not too late. I'll hand this to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a little panicked too. I had a bad feeling about it, but never knew it would come to this. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. It would only increase the amount of blood. You couldn't finish what you started. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I was wiping it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my mistake. Detective Gumshoes. Bloody handprint. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, we couldn't think of any other way to move the body. We broke the trunk, but what's the big deal? You pulled down a lot more than us detectives. What does this have to do with anything? You're horrible. How could you get Miss Guy involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out, so you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I couldn't sit around and pick and choose what to take. Well, you left the jar fragment in gloves. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, what are you doing in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. You see, if I listen carefully, I can hear it right now. The sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I guess. Maybe. I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright, Miss Skye, and to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. Hooray! I don't think they should still be cheering because of everything else, though. That is all. This court is adjourned. She's guilty of a lot of other stuff. Although she was an accomplice. Not really. Would have otherwise done it. Defendant lobby number 2. Long last. It's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Yeah, she's finally free. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all while on duty, and top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Same dialogue as before. Are you here because of my sister again? Yeah, I do like him a lot. He's a great character. I didn't like him initially, but he's grown on me a lot. I didn't think he'd be recurring and this good. Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me. That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh, he's best boy. Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Yes, yeah, because I agree. Like, at the beginning, like, when we were, like, treated as this big, huge affront to Edgeworth, like, yeah, he was definitely in our way. But, you know, he's definitely come around. Initially, I felt like he was, you know, he was using pal very, like he called everybody a pal and was using it more like, as, like, a, more like a speech mannerism. But now I think he means it, which I think is sweet. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much it was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Aww. No one can change the past. Well, while you're having your moment, why don't we check out the video? For the very last time. And then... There we go. We got what we saw. I like that. I thought the music would change, but it keeps it. Very good. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our path. And once we found our path, we can move on from our past mistakes towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, looking at those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, but me! Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't change my own mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. It's scary, but I've been thinking the same thing for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. That may be right, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence? That neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? What? Are we talking about this picture here? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership, huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence! Oh no! Well, it's no problem. I just have to start the chapter all over again. I guess So it was the strip of cloth then. Well, unfortunate. Then it was the strip of cloth then, if we're talking about evidence that never would have been. Oh, then okay, my second guess was also wrong then. Well, I don't feel as bad now. Well, I go back to the bed and then again gets out of prison, claps ridiculously, and then that's it. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, what happened in this trial can either make or break you as a prosecutor. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. The evidence. I would not have picked that. I mean, eventually, with enough resets, I would have. I better be getting back too. Okay, I'll come visit you. It seems we both still have a lot to learn. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case comes to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for like 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think you could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Since we're all here, why don't we all go together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection? Why objection? Oh, that's my last chance. Objection!
Objection!
Planning script director. Okay, can I mess with the fingerprints? Oh, look at that. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of that. She's a coroner. I think Emma will be pleased. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, cool. It is very SimCity-like, isn't it? Oh, it already blows away on its own. Yikes! I thought it was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. There's the detective. Bye, Gumshoe. Now, challenge mode is reading the dialogue and blowing and, like, tapping the screen, like, rapidly. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though, someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir, then I can just be like that Dick Gumshoe. wish, pal. Oh, quickly, quickly. This is the Babbitt of Phoenix Wright. This basically is what I've learned. Oh no! What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this in on me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, Cowboy, looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tasted as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Localization by Ben Judd. One person? Wow. Oh, there's more. I was gonna say, oh, that was one person's job. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing, or something or the other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so it better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. I think this may be the second longest stream I've ever done, behind that Valkyria Chronicles stream I did. Nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country air. It's Maya. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing Nick and his objections. Still, I can't go back until my full-fledged spirit medium. Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! We'll see you around, Nick. I appreciate everybody sticking around for this entire thing. It's been a long stream. Game is finished, Shockstorm. We're at the end credits right now. So that means Bravely defaults on Thursday, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I couldn't read it in time. What's going on? Yeah, it is really good. Like, the scenario writing is actually really clever and good. Like, it doesn't, it's not nauseating, it doesn't make my eyes roll. It makes me smile. It makes me smile that they, you know, with what they come up with. Thanks for seeing me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, goodness. Okay, here we go. One more time for the road. Up. I can see something kind of sticking out. Yeah, the credits are really good. It's just that they didn't anticipate people to be like reading it aloud like I am, so this is a challenge. Oh, that's really cute. And I think I am done, I think I'm done blowing on things and screaming objection for a while. Yeah, borrowing her cap. We'll need the cap for Capcom, so nah, that one wasn't as clever as it could have been. Anyway, we're done with Ace Attorney. Phoenix Wright. We did it. We were on the case. We beat it. The day is saved, and Gant was defeated. Revised my fucking rating. I from what I believe I gave it like I said it was an 83, 84, right? Yeah, I feel like my rating does need to be bumped up a bit. Chapter 5 is definitely the second highest chapter for me. Chapter 4 I think still wins it for me, but chapter 5 is incredible. I I didn't, the way that they just kind of put it all together and m like, made me feel very complacent. I knew who the mastermind was, and I felt pretty complacent in my choice as to, like, the series of events, but I was tricked. I was hoodwinked just like we all were. You know, I don't know. It's hard to necessarily think in like I do often think in percentage factors. Like basically anything like 80 and above is a must play for me. I think the game's definitely an 85. I do think that some of the point and click elements do fall flat and kind of are very wheel spinny at times. But the courtroom is just like pure entertainment. Like you could just lose hours of your time in there and just not care. Like it's the by far the most entertaining part of doing Phoenix Wright, but gathering evidence and going through and exhausting people's checklists of discussions is kind of not great to me. I do think it is nice to kind of go out in the field and meet some of these quirky characters, but overall, a lot of it just kind of tends to dry up. What literally happened today? What did I miss? I don't miss what literally happened today. While you're saying what that was, oh, losing myself in the court case. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, well, that's because like I can just burn hours of my time in the court. Like that's easily, I don't really feel like I need to come up for air when I'm doing the court cases. Like when I'm actually in court, it's the most entertaining, addictive thing ever. Like it's just so good. It's so fun. So I this isn't the last time we're gonna be touching Phoenix Wright. That much I'm positive about. It's just that I have a list of things that are, at least to me, kind of pressing. But when that's all exhausted, who knows? Probably more Phoenix Wright. I know that there are other collections out there. I don't know if I want to just go in sequential order of like releases or what I want to do. I definitely have the means to play the entire library. Yeah, Luna Remastered, you won't have to wait long. It is tomorrow. And in fact, the case is right here. And I will be able to comfortably play this since I'm going to be playing it 4 days this week. There's no need to like brute force it the way I'm not gonna have like a 6 hour stream like the one I did today. I will be going through and getting everything bromides, all little flavor things I can do. Like I am going to go through the first forest without help. I am going to beat the optional fight against one of the four heroes in Maribia. I'm going to do all of that. Yeah, tons more to enjoy the first three games of a trilogy that were envisioned together, so that'd be a very fine goal. Okay, that works then, because I definitely am very curious as to the fate of Miles Prower and what he's going to end up doing in the future games, and how my ability to not pick evidence list may have messed up his career path from here to eternity. One of the earliest streams you tried to watch Joe do was a Phoenix Wright game, and it was terrible. You must commend you to work so hard to read everything. I think it helps that I read out loud pretty fast. Joe does too. Uh, but I think that also contributes to me stumbling over my words so much and a lot. I feel like there were several times where my teeth noisily clacked, like they're doing it now as I'm talking. And so, definitely one of those games where you really do have to read a ton, especially, and it's less enjoyable outside of the actual courtroom. Like chapter 3 was the worst to read when you were out in the field. It was just painful to kind of go back and forth and do everything, listening to Wendy and everybody else. And so it was kind of a mess. The mic doesn't pick up my teeth, luckily. Okay, well, I definitely hear it a lot when I talk, more so today than anything else. So the big order of business, yeah, I, I, you're turning a compliment to a negative self-talk. I was fine. Okay, good. Okay, no, I wasn't trying to say, oh, with my teeth. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I do try to, and then and then I will go like 3 or 4 days without streaming and forget what they sound like. So sometimes voices change, but I try to at least keep the tones and cadences to at least make some of the dialogue a bit more tolerable since we're going to be listening to it for quite a while. I do think these characters are definitely lively and I think it's important to read them as such. Like I don't think this is a game you just want to boringly read and slog through text. You kind of have to go with it. That otherwise it's just going to be, kind of rough. But it wasn't bad. Like I was definitely, I was definitely worried at chapter 3 at first, but no, the game like it picked up. Like it's all been great. Like chapter 3 recovered, chapter 4 was great, chapter 5 was great. They were all like pretty much almost all of the chapters ended up being just fine. Yeah, I try not to skip anything. That's why I try not to like when there's cutscenes and things. I try not to talk over cutscenes, like especially if they're voiced. I don't want to lose anything and be like, oh, what the heck just happened? I don't know what's going on. I sometimes I end up being that way anyway, despite my best efforts to pay attention. I do try to pay attention. Sometimes the subject matter can be so boring I forget though. You never know. Yeah, so I appreciate everybody. I mean, I appreciate the recommendation for this game. I had no idea. I knew of the memes about shouting objection with Phoenix Wright. I am happy I could go into this game like 100% blind, like as to like every twist and everything. I think that's the most satisfying way to do it because that makes some of my discoveries and things I think a lot more meaningful. Because that's the tough part about like me replaying things is I don't want to fake a reaction just for like engagement. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this thing is happening in this game I've already played and know is going to happen. But at the same time, that also leaves me being like, I don't know what to say or do now because I don't want to fake react. So so yeah, definitely happy. And the good news is I'm basically going in blind for all the other Phoenix Wright games going forward. I have not had to shout objection, thankfully, since disability court cases are supposed to be non adversarial. Some judges need to know that, though, and don't seem to really get that. I know the Eric Khan case was like a turning point in like the way that disability law and cases were handled administratively, but still, come on, like it's definitely a mess. But anyway, that's enough of Phoenix Wright. I need to unseal Lunar before I go to bed tonight, and I need to install the game. So it is ready to go for tomorrow. It'll be PS5 tomorrow. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna stream it through my capture card rather than through the PlayStation 5 directly. We'll see how that works. If there's a problem, I'll just go back to the PS5. But I think the big factor is going to be, can I get the chat window to come back? Please come back. If I can, we'll go ahead and take care of that. If not, I may do it off of the PS5. Either way, look forward to that tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and get ready for bed after getting this installed. So I'll see everybody tomorrow. And thank you for stopping by and sticking with it to the bitter end. Take care.